Well, a good Friday evening, everybody, and we want to welcome you into the Dania Beach Highlight live stream on YouTube. I'm Dave Lamont, and again, we'll be joined today, as my partner Big Dave was, by Benny Bueno, the players manager. And Benny, so far this season, the comments I've talked to people, and people who know the sport well, and I was just chatting with some guys last night, everybody just about really likes this roster. And I know you and Big Dave talked last week about how you put it together. What's impressed me is this is a really balanced group from top to bottom, both front and back. There's nobody who's like, oh, my God, this guy's the greatest or this guy's not very good. They seem to be equal.
Yeah, you know, that seems to be the theme here the first couple of weeks. It's just, you know, they're also just kind of getting into the groove. And I'm expecting that later on, possibly in January when we're playing the Partido series, that somebody's going to break out and somebody's going to challenge who I think is the front runner right now, which is Zulaika.
Yeah.
He's got the advantage of knowing the court. You know, as far as his age and where he is in his career, he's really kind of like peaking right now. And so he's going to be the guy to beat, I think. He's in second place tonight after last night, a couple points behind Vicente, which is also a really good player. You know, but if you look at the wins, places, and shows, he doesn't have as many wins as Zulaika. He has a lot of places and shows. So that's the one thing about qualifying for this is it's not just win totals. You could have, 25 places and a guy could have, 15 wins and you could still be right up against him. So I think Zulaika is going to be the guy to beat. I think that there's a couple of guys here that might surprise us like Vicente and Leduc, Urrutia. Those guys are probably going to be in the top 5 as they are now. And I think that in January, once the partidos start and these guys really start getting into a groove, you're gonna be able to say, okay, this guy stands out, and so does this guy.
Well, Zulaika is a good one to start with because if you watched him last year, that's the first time I had ever seen him. I go back a long way, as you know. I've rarely seen a guy who can throw a right side of rebote better than Zulaika. It's automatic. It's like he goes to a rebote factory and they turn out the same rebote every time. He gets under it. It's deep. It's a weapon. It's just, I go back. Listen, you guys, the other guy I can think of, and he was more powerful, was the original Assis from Miami. Again, we are going back.
Correct.
But that rebote was pretty vicious. This was a big man.
Yes.
A powerful player. Zulaika is not near that size. But I'm just stunned at how consistent he is with it.
Yeah, he's got really good court sense, and he has great positioning on the rebote. And when you're a kid, or at least when I was a kid, I was taught that the serve and the rebote are very similar. And if you notice the mechanics of serving, you take a couple of steps, you turn around, you bounce the ball, and you throw it. It's very similar to the right side rebote. You bounce, you get in the right position, and then you sling it with your with the same motion as a serve. So Zulaika's kind of mastered that. And, I'm sure some people have noticed this year we have like half of the back wall, or at least a quarter of the back wall is painted. We had some holes in the back we needed to repair. We patched them and then we painted them. It didn't look right, so we painted about 8 feet or 9 feet of the back wall. That's something that I'd like to talk about too a little bit, because that paint, it affects the rebote, and the balls are not coming out like they used to. And that's an issue. But when it's a deep rebote that hits above that line and it's coming out to, let's say, the 8 line, Zulaika and a couple of other guys just get in the right position to throw it all the way back.
Yeah, he's incredibly talented. The other thing I noticed about these guys, especially the players I had not seen before, they're fearless. These front quarters, Aaron last night, I think, catches a serve almost before it crosses the line. He came, I don't think I've ever seen that. He went past the 4 line to catch a serve and then throws the hell out of it. And I'm pretty sure it was a remate or maybe just a straight left side outside placement. And these players just don't seem to have any worry about any consequences at all.
Yeah, you've seen a couple of hooked rebotes, especially like I said in the cage, and at least in one performance I saw 3. And I'm talking about hook rebotes that it looks like it goes through the guy.
Yeah.
And it's not that they're out of position. It's just you have to trust that the guy that's going to throw the rebote is not going to throw it sideways at you. Again, when I was a child, they always taught us that if you feel you're going to hook a rebote, you hook it down, not across. So you try to throw it straight down rather than sling it sidearm where it could spray somebody on the outer side of the court. So you try to hook it down, and you kind of know when you got a ball a little low, a little high, a little out of position, and you might hook it. And 9 out of 10 times you see a guy just lay it up. But there's always that one time where you feel like, I don't know, I could probably throw this pretty hard and get away with it. And that's when the hook happens. And sometimes that's where the accident happens. But as the defender, you have to trust that, they're not going to hit you with it. So you can get that extra step in once they do throw it.
It's something I have a great advantage point here built into the court. You have a vantage point built into the court. I know we have a lot of people listening who know the game pretty well, but for the people who might not know it as well, I would urge them to kind of watch the dance that goes on while the ball's in the air. Guys getting out of the way, guys moving just ever so subtly to get away from any risk, but at the same time trying to hold the position. Like I got to know where I got to be, and it's a really fascinating dance that goes on. And I would tell people to keep an eye on that. It's kind of like football. We all watch the quarterback, but it's the line play, or maybe if something happens in the secondary that can be just as important to the play. And as well as anybody, part of the game is getting out of the way, but also not losing your position.
Again, it all goes back to how you're trained and taught. And one of the very first things that I teach people once they're learning to play, or even these guys they come from a great background in Spain and France of schools and they learn when they're very young, is where not to be, is where to be safe at all times. And again, sometimes when you're a front quarter and a back quarter is going for a ball, it's, I don't want to say cheating in, but you need to be in a position to take an extra step once he does throw it. So a lot of times you'll see a back quarter throw a left side that's kind of low, and it whizzes right by the front quarter's ear. But then you see the front quarter just kind of slide in and make the catch. So it's necessary, it's dangerous, and again, it's also knowing who's throwing the ball. There's some guys that I wouldn't cross in front of. There's other guys that I know that there's a guy who played with us in Miami, Pedroso. That guy had a solid left side, and he threw it similar every time, and he threw it straight up and down, not sideways. So when he's throwing the ball, you feel comfortable kind of sliding in and trying to make the catch.
Well, on the screen while we're speaking here is the brackets for the upcoming Dania Beach Invitational, which will begin on January 5th with 1 versus 8. It's just one game, right? One and you're out. Win and you're in. Lose and you go home, so to speak.
Correct. It's the first. Well, all the rounds up to the final match are 15-point partidos. So if you win, you move to the next round. If you lose, you're eliminated. You're out. And once we get to the last week and we get to the final on the 27th, it'll be a 21-point match to determine the champion.
Yeah, that's going to be so the first 1 versus 8. Let me start that again. Will be January 5th, and 4 and 5 January 6th. 3rd place and 6th place on the 12th, and then 2nd place and 7th place will be the following night on January 13th. So that will be after the 9-game performance. So you're going to have a blast with that. If you've never seen a Partido game, if you're relatively new, or maybe if you were here in April, and boy, was that fun. The tournament, that was just incredible highlights. So, and I know the people appreciated it, and I'm sure a few of them had never seen that format before. And it's a simple format. It's you and me who gets there first.
Yeah, these guys that are playing here now this season, with the exception of the returning players, that's the format that they kind of flourish in. They're Partido players. They, when you're 10 years old, 12 years old, a junior, you come up through the ranks playing Partidos, and, they start off playing 21, 25-point Partidos, and then they move up to 30-point Partidos. The World Championships and the bigger matches are to 35 points. And I've played a 35-point Partido. It lasts about 2 hours, and, it has a lot of ups and downs. And these guys, they've already said it. The first week, I sat with them for a couple of hours and just kind of questioned see where their heads were. And, some people don't like Canellas. Some people think that it's tedious and you don't warm up and you're hot and cold because you play and then you sit.
Well, there's luck involved, too, in a Quinella, whereas at a Partido, it'll work itself out.
Certainly. I remember a Partido. I remember it well against a kid named Compa, and we were playing in Guernica, and I was winning I mean, really winning like 20 to maybe 7. And, my legs gave out. And then he kind of crept back and, it was like 23-16 and then like 25-19. And next thing we know, we're at the final 5 points. We're both in the, 25-26 range. And I almost lost it. So, you have to learn in partidos how to pace yourself. These are fairly short. These are 15-point partidos. I really wanted to use another format. But the problem that I face is that these guys are already, we have a short roster. They're already playing, 4, 5, 6 games of performance. So what I'm going to try to do is the 4 players that are playing in the partido that night, I'm going to try to put them in only 2 or 3 games so they can warm up and they'll get ready for the partido. But that kind of limits us from moving away from a 15-pointer because what they're doing now in Spain, obviously everybody that watches over there knows, they're doing sets to 15. So they'll do 2 sets to 15, and if needed, a tiebreaker to 5. And that's a nice format, but I don't think we could do it here because the players are playing a few games before the partido.
Right, and these will be after the first 9 Quinella games that we're playing too. So we're hoping the folks are going to stick around for that because the games 1 through 9 are enough of a fun show, but that 10th game with so much at stake, it's going to be a blast. So the standings have come up a little bit. I know Benny has got to get going here to get down to the cage to keep an eye on his guys, but it's Vicente, Zulaika, Laduc, Urrutia, Arieta, Iturbide, Aaron, and Benatrix in the top 8 for the front court. The back court, Mansi, Atine the second, Portet, Bilo, Urbieta, Oyenard, Mandiola, and Laborde, the top 8. 5 points for each player for a win. 3 points for place and 1 for show. In the superfecta games, if you do finish 4th, you do not get any points. And so Vicente has been very impressive, winning a lot of, very steady players. Zulaika is Zulaika. We know him well. Mansi I'd never seen before, and Atine I'd never seen before. And I'm thoroughly, thoroughly impressed with not only their steadiness, but they bring a little heat when they throw the ball as well.
Yeah, Mansi and both Atine have maintained that 1 and 2 spot the whole time since the very first day. The only thing that's kind of changed a little bit was 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Between Porte, Bilo, Urbieta, Oyenard was there for a few minutes. But I think that as we get closer to the end of December and the points are, there's not that many opportunities left. I think you're going to see some of the guys on the bottom really turn it on because, as I mentioned the other day when Dave and I were talking, this qualifying round is nothing more than to qualify, but to seed in the bracket. And I think that, when you're looking at a guy like Zulaika in first place, you want to strive to play with Zulaika in first place because he's in first place because he's playing well, he's hot. He's, he knows the court.
Good, period.
He's good. He would be the best partner to have in a partido series because he very well may carry you through. So I think that some of these guys that are in the 70 and 80 point range are just going to try to make a push now towards the end so they could get a better slot and maybe a better partner.
Well, it reminds me of the old Dania doubles challenge that we used to do back in the 80s when I was here. We did it on a weekly basis, and then we would have a game that would just mix in all of the guys, and you got who you got. So let's say I'm your backcourt, all of a sudden it's you and I, because we qualified very similar. I think it was the exact same point system, 5, 3, and 1. And I was the guy responsible for keeping up with it. So that's why I love doing this now. I'm marking it off and announcing during the performance.
I see you got your pen and your paper and you're scratching numbers off. And that's why I have the trusty software that it just prints out an Excel sheet at the end of the night.
We got to run here, but I'll tell you one last quick thing about a habit I picked up. You don't get to sit up here, but since the Dania Doubles Challenge, I rarely announce without a pen in my hand.
Yeah, that's a good habit to have.
Games, football, basketball, bowling, whatever. I generally have a pen in my hand, even if I don't need it.
Yeah,
it just because of the Dania Doubles Challenge and the yellow legal pad and all the scratchings.
I can tell you, I've had some announcers that I've had to scream at to please score the games because anything can happen. I'm in the cage scoring the games, but if I make a mistake, I need somebody to be able to be backing me up. So thank you for that. A couple things before I go. I do want to echo here in the chat. I see that Alai Aficionado mentioned that we have 800 subscribers to our YouTube channel. That's great. That makes me really happy because when we started, actually before the season, probably a month before the season, we were in the 600s. So I know that we picked up a lot of viewers in the last couple of weeks. So I thank everybody for that. Another thing is a couple things I want to talk about later on when we have a little bit of time, and it's very little time between the games. But I touched on the paint. I have an interesting story because we were going to paint the court, and I really want to paint the court, but I have a dilemma when it comes to the paint for the court.
All right, well,
And,
leave that one in suspense because I have no idea what that's going to be.
That's actually maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody out there can help me with my dilemma. And the other thing I wanted to touch on a little bit is the equipment and how important it is for the player to have, you know, a good cesta. And I'll give an example of a kid that broke his basket in the second performance of this tournament. And once I say that, the people will key in on him and notice that he is struggling a little bit because his other cesta that he's using is not as good as the first one.
All right, that's Benny Bueno, our players manager. Now, we are going to talk during the night. Is that
yeah, well, I'm going to be popping in, maybe not every game, but every other game.
Well,
it's Friday night. If we have a nice crowd, I want to spend some time out there with the fans and answer some questions there. But feel free to ask some questions in the chat, and you know, and we'll monitor it. We'll take a look out, and if there's any good questions, we'll answer them.
I'll handle the bad ones. So
thank you.
There are no bad questions.
I appreciate that.
All right, so we got about 7 minutes till the first game, just for those of you who are watching, and we'll make the announcement to the big crowd. I should say the live crowd, but no scratches. Everybody's scheduled to play will play, we hope, and we'll keep you posted on all of that. So, Benny, thank you very much.
All right, guys.
We'll
See
talk
you soon.
again. We have 9 games tonight and a change in the 9th game. We'll explain that in just a moment. And show. So the game will be played in 9 points, and if you do hit a superfecta, even for a 10-cent superfecta, does really well. So you might want to consider that, either going for a straight bet or a box or whatever. Check your program for the details on how to bet if you're not familiar with the superfecta. We realize many of you are. A quick word on our holiday schedule as well next week. Now, next week will be a normal Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday 7 p.m. performances. But with next Saturday being Christmas Eve, we'll only be here for the matinee. We'll take Christmas Eve night off. Christmas Day will be closed. And then the following weekend, of course, ends 2022, and we'll end a little bit of it here, but in the daytime. Our New Year's Eve performance will be 1 o'clock. And our New Year's performance will also be 1 o'clock. It's a Sunday, so come on in, and by then many of you will be awake by 1. So just come on in here, and we'll have a good afternoon for you to start 2023. You've got about 4.5 minutes or so until we get Game 1 underway. So in Win, Place, Show, Quinella, Exacta, and Trifecta betting is available on every game, and also Game 1 starts our first of 2 daily doubles. And your last call for your selections on game number 1. This is your last call. Again, a welcome to everyone here in the building at the Casino at Dania Beach. And before we have our first points of the night, would you all please rise for the playing of our national anthem. So we begin tonight with a salute from our first players of the evening. Game number 1 is the Spectacular 7 singles match. It's, of course, played to 7 points, with points doubling at the end of the round. In the red shirt, Iturbide has the serve in post number 1, and Arta receives in the blue of post number 2. There's the serve, and the game is on. Tejada from Arta from mid-court. And that's going to be point to 2. Here's Portet in the white of post 3. Again, and it works. Point two. Now Mandiola in the green to post four. That is an overserve, point to the four. Now Aaron wears the black shirt, post five. Overserve, and that'll be a point to the five. Now Etcheberry in the goal to post six to receive. Flip back into play by Aaron. And Etcheberry is seeking a chick-chack. Couldn't quite find it, and Aaron sweeps it back in with the right side of the bote. Great catch there by Etcheberry. Aaron right down the wall, and Etcheberry almost. That was really close. Point will go to the five. Here's Arucha, the brown, to post seven. The remate is caught in the wood by Arucha. Strong right side going all the way around the world for point number seven. Oyonard completes the single point round of the purple to post eight. Two all on the rebote, and another point for Arucha. Post seven. Seven turns the corner, begins the double points round by serving to Iturbide in post one. Point of the one. Now one serving 2-3, Portet. That is an overserve, and Portet gets the point in post three. Arts is back in post two. Out of play, point two. Now Mendiola, post 4. Artus Robote is going to bounce in play and good. Point to 2. Arta with a possible game point in post 2. Here's Echeverry, post 6. High bounce, point of game to Arta at post 2. 4 players left for 2 positions. 5 will serve 7, then 1 will serve 3, and the winners play for place and show. And a point there to Aaron in post number 5. 1 serving to 3. That's an overserve. Point to the 3. Now for place and show, 5 serves 3. Point to the 3. Portet finishing second. Aaron in post 5 takes third. Game 1 official. Arta wins in post number 2. Portet takes the place in post 3 and show to the 5. Aaron, the 2-3 exacta, $69. 2-3 Quinella, $38.20. And a 2-3-5 trifecta for $2, $1,117. The first number in the daily double is a 2. Our first doubles match of the night's coming up. Game number 2, spectacular 7 scoring with win, place, show, Quinella, exacta, and trifecta betting available. One thing to note for those of you who are YouTubers, we have our own channel at Dania Beach Highlight. We'd love for you to subscribe, and you can watch all of the action from tonight, from past performances, and from future performances. If you're not able to join us in person, but you want to keep up with your favorite players, the YouTube channel is the place to be. Additionally, and it's happening tonight, there will be an interview between myself and players manager Benny Bueno. And we've already done 1 session, and we'll do several throughout the evening, so you'll be able to go back and listen to any of that, and that will be once or twice during the normal highlight performance week. So all of that available, no charge, of course, to subscribe to the Dania Beach YouTube channel. All right, well, Benny, we don't have a lot of time here in between games 1 and 2, but we did talk a little bit about the tournament and the format. A couple of other players I wanted to talk to you about. A guy who I think is starting to find his stride is Etcheberry, another fearless catcher, especially on his left side. And I think he struggled a little bit early, but he seems considerably more comfortable now.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that I mentioned last week when we were talking about who surprised me. And, you know, again, statistically, he's not showing potential. I mean, he's not winning. He does on occasion drop an easy ball, but he has a lot of upside. He has a really good left side. He surprises people with the catch because a throw that normally a front quarter would let go to his partner, he'll stab at it and he'll make the catch, and then he'll just turn it over and throw a costal with 2 walls inside. So he's one of the guys that I'm hoping that just starts to, again, get in a groove towards the end of the month or maybe even in January, because I think he's got a great future, and I think that he's got a lot of potential to be a lot better.
Well, he has. I've just been impressed when I talked earlier tonight with you about fearless people. He is also right about at the top of that list of fear. But did you ever get to a point where common sense started taking over when you played, and you're like, you know, I did some pretty crazy things when I was a little younger, but maybe not now?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I would like to say yes to that, but, you know, I was also another guy that, I didn't really focus on the danger of it. You know, a lot of times if you're too careful out there, you're going to miss opportunities. So you have to kind of be a little bit risky when it comes to positioning yourself when another guy's throwing the ball. But having said that, I've had some close calls, and that kind of always keeps you on your toes. But again, if I have to take an extra step and it puts me in danger, the payoff is that I'll make that catch and make the play and win the point. So it's a balance. It's a tough balance because nobody wants to get hit or hurt, but you can't fear the ball or your opponents either.
No, that's a great point. Fear, but was it Firmino Arte? He was the assistant players manager, as Romo is for you. Would always say, if you are afraid, buy a dog.
Exactly. Actually, a good friend of mine from years who unfortunately has recently passed, Lordwy.
Oh, my God, yes.
He used to always say, if you're scared, buy a lion. And funny story, he used to have a court in Mexico City in his backyard where he actually housed a lion so nobody would play on it when he wasn't around. So
how do you feed that? What, do you just go to the store and buy raw steaks?
I don't know. I never got to that part.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like to know that either. But yeah, that's a great point, because I talk to people about the game who may not know it, and I remind them. Just the other night, we had a gentleman in from Canada I was talking to in the crowd and explaining a little bit about the ball, and we have Denise, the betting window has these miniature highlight balls, which are the same texture.
Yes.
And I tried to explain to him, I said, the one thing I have to tell you is do not get hit.
Yeah, well, anybody that remembers 2005 when I was playing, I got hit, and it actually is the injury that kind of was the beginning of the end of my career. It's on YouTube if you want to see it. It's funny. You don't even see the ball, but you see me fall like a bag of rocks when it hits me. I thought one of the back quarters, Patrick, I thought he was going to throw a cortada, and I kind of crept up a little bit, and he threw it mid-wall, so it bounced and hit the side wall and went right into my left knee, and I fell down. I don't even remember how it happened other than watching the video, but I do know one thing. When I opened my eyes up, I was laying down in the training room with a bag of ice. That's how long I had my eyes clinched closed.
I mean, no, there's not, in my very amateur playing days, I was always very conscious of that. It's very understandable, and it's part of the danger. It's a little bit of part of the appeal of the sport for the hardcore fan who loves the speed. Again, I was asked the other night, how fast do they throw it? I said, well, world record's around 200 or something crazy like that. So it's the speed is very exciting. But by the way, something else that we can do, because we have to get this game started. If you have any questions for Benny, throw them in the chat. We'll look them up. And I know we mentioned that a few minutes ago, but for those of you who have just entered the chat to start to watch the games, and we'll do our very best in the limited time we have in between games, which is about to start game 2 now, in fact, to answer them. So, yeah.
I'm seeing that somebody wants to bring back the whack the wall contest here, which I always thought it was fun, especially bringing up the fans that would scream at us, and then they have them try to throw the ball. So yeah, maybe we'll consider it.
All right, let's get game 2 underway. We'll be back with Benny as the evening progresses. It's time for Game 2 doubles, spectacular 7 scoring. All points will double at the end of the first round. The game will begin with the red shirts at post 1, Benetrix and Laborde serving to Arietta and Dania in the blue at post number 2. And the game is on. Point of the 2. Suleika and Mandiola in the white at post 3. Over serve, point 3. Vicente and Urbieta in the green at post 4. Inside placement. Easily run down there by Suleika. And a point to the 4. Urrutia and Bilo in the black shirts at post 5. Urrutia goes inside, caught before the second bounce by Urbieta. He'll unload on a heavy left side. But a good rebote by Urrutia and finds the winning spot, point to 5. In the goal, post 6, Aaron and Arta. Way to 5. Now the brown shirts, Etcheberry and Oyenard, post 7. Out of play, point to 7. Completing round 1, the purple of post 8, Iturbide and Portet. Point 7, and the double point round is about to begin with 7 serving 1. Benetrix and Laborde. And it spins out of the basket, point to the 1. Here's the 2, Arietta and Dania. Delicate placement by Arietta, 2 bounces and 2 points for post 2. Now the 3 team, here is Ulaika and Mandiola. Point to the 2. And now the possible game point for Arietta and Dania in post number 2. They'll serve to the 4, Xente and Urbieta. Costado goes all around the building, and it's going to be a point to the 4. Aaron and Arta, post 6. Point to 4. 4 has the possible game point. They'll be serving to the 5 team of Urrutia and Bailo. Vicente called off his partner to throw the rebote. Urrutia tries Costado. That's a good shot, but saved by Urbieta. Urrutia right there. And look at this. They switch spots. The new front courter is Urbieta. Now they switch back. The rebote saved by Bailo, and back in the front court is Vicente. He'll fire Cortada, and jumping over is Urrutia to make the grab. Urbieta, 2-0 rebote. Urrutia right in there. He'll unload Cortada. Perfect positioning by Vicente. Rebote by Urrutia. Vicente goes inside, softens things up a bit, but it was read well by Bailo. Comes well out. Right side of the rebote. Again, now the back quarter is the front quarter. Vicente is there. They'll keep it that way. And it's going to be a point to the 4 and the game. 2 seconds. 3 teams left to finish out the win, place, and show. 7 will serve to 1, 5 on deck. Seven scores there. And 7 serves 5. That's Urrutia and Bailo. Point of the 5. This is show point. 5 will serve 7. Echeverry rips into the Cortada. It's going to bounce out of the basket, and 7 will get the point and the show. In game number 2, the winners, Vicente and Urbieta in post number 4. Coming in second, post 2, Arrieta and Denel. And 7th, third, Echeverry and Oyonard. You see the exacta 4-2, 50-80. Quinella 2-4, 32-80. 427, $2 trifecta, 458.60. And a 2-4 daily double, $149. Game 3 coming up. It's a spectacular 7 doubles match and begins our first pick 3 of the night. No changes on the card for the evening. Win, play, show, Quinella, exacta trifecta betting available. And, of course, the pick 3. Take some friendly advice. Make your bets early and don't get shut out.
Well, Benny, I've had a long broadcasting career at Alai, radio, television, you name it. I do not believe I've ever interviewed anyone about paint before in my career. So you are the first, and we teased this earlier, but you wanted to sort of explain why paint is important this season.
Yeah. Before I get to that, I do want to touch on your great broadcasting career because, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. There have been people that told me that you're too good for us. So I'm very
You'll
appreciative.
be hearing from my agent after that comment. Hey, it's on YouTube. So
I'm very appreciative for you and all the things you do for me and for us here, and thank you. So the story on the paint's a little interesting, and I wanted to have the court painted before this season started, before this tournament started, and I had a lot of time, and on the off season I would come here and I would walk onto the court and I would walk up and down and in the locker room, and like I said in the other interview on Sunday when I was with Big Dave, I could spend $250,000 in a blink of an eye. I mean, it's incredible how expensive it would be to do some of the things that I want to do here. But the story about the paint, when I first started in 2010, the previous player manager said, "Oh, I'm getting a text message here from my referees. They want me to throw a little shout out to them and say how great they're doing and what a great job.
You know
they're
what?
doing."
I'll be very honest. They are.
Yes, and also on top of that, I'm appreciative for any of my employees that took such a long break and were willing to come back so willingly and so enthusiastically. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. So anyways, going back to the paint, the previous player manager said, don't ever paint this court. Don't ever paint the floor. That's a big sin, is to paint the floor. But if you are going to paint the court, please come to me and I will tell you what paint you need to use. And then I thought back in my career, Miami Highlight. It was about a 25-year career, and I don't remember them painting the court often. And come to find out, there's a good reason for that. So when I first wanted to paint the court, Mr. Aregi brought me some special paint, and it was really bad paint. It was cheap. It was literally green water. And the court always looked really nice. The ball always flied very true, and everything was great. We painted the court probably 3 times before we shut down in 2015. In 2014, we had a dozen meetings throughout the whole year. They had decided to close down for a year and build out the casino, and we were just talking, each department head, about what they were going to do for the new era of the property. And with me, it was, paint the court blue, do some stuff in the locker room.
To make your game 3 selections, you got about 4.
Do some things in the locker room, things like that. So my only request was, please do not paint the court without letting me know. So I was not an employee in 2015. We were all laid off, and I come in one day just out of curiosity to see how things are going, and they had painted the court blue. Now, they didn't ask what kind of paint they were supposed to use. They had no, they just needed to paint it blue. So they went across the street to Sherwin-Williams. We have an account there, and they bought blue paint.
God, how much did they buy?
They bought if I'm not mistaken, it's about 15 to 18 gallons to paint the. So they bought a couple of 5-gallon jugs to paint the court.
I would think more than that for this monster.
Yeah. Well, so I talked to the guy that sold us the paint. He says, "Hey, this is really good paint. This is great paint. This is actually the best paint you could buy." And I told him, "But I don't want good paint. I need cheap paint. I need blue water." And so, long story short, what happened was, when we came back in 2016, the texture of the walls were very slippery. It was water-based paint, but it was making the ball fly funny. There was a lot of overserves. The balls weren't coming off correctly off the back wall. And so we had a big problem. So I went out and I tried to get the same paint that Mr. Aregi got for me in a blue color, and I was able to find it. And then we painted the front and the back wall. We left the side wall with the original Sherwin-Williams paint, which is great paint. And that calmed things down, and it kind of made the ball fly better. The players were complaining. The players were miserable. They would throw shots that wouldn't work. So long story short, on this offseason, I had suggested that we paint the court. We got an estimate to get the court painted. The estimate was actually approved, but I could not find the cheap paint that we needed to paint the court. So we decided just to leave it the way it is. Okay. But we do want to paint the court next year, and the dilemma is I need to buy some really, really cheap, crappy paint to paint these walls.
You may have to go to the black market for this. Maybe we have to edit this part of the conversation out.
I'm thinking of going to eBay and seeing if I can find some old jugs of paint that that are available. But that's the dilemma with the paint. And the floor is a whole other story. The floor, they painted the floor in 2015. They used a really, really abrasive paint. When the players came back, we had a lot of ankle and knee injuries.
Last call for your selections on game number 3, and the pick 3. This is your last call.
And so we were actually discussing it this afternoon. We're going to try to rectify the floor by acid staining it, maybe in a black color or really nice. We could put whatever color we want, and then we're going to try to find the paint to paint the blue walls.
All right, there you have a plea for cheapest paint possible. From Benny, and I remember walking into with the blue wall and going, wait, where am I? Because it had been green for so long, and I've certainly gotten used to it by now. So much has changed over the years here. But all right, there's your paint story, folks. Keep the questions coming. Benny is going to be around most of the evening. And for those of you who wonder where the music is, we can't play the music and do this at the same time. It just doesn't sound right. So that's why we've eliminated the music.
I don't think anybody misses the music.
No, it depends on what we play here. All right, let's get game 3 started. And a salute from the players of game number 3 to you. Start of our first pick 3 begins in the spectacular 7-scoring game. The red shirts at post 1, Arucci and Portet. Serving the blue and post 2, Zuleika and Mendiola. All points will double at the end of the first round. Game is underway. Overserve, point 2. Arietta and Urbieta, and the white, post 3. Ramate, and well thrown there by Zuleika, point 2. Now the green shirts, post 4, Aaron and Oyenard. And Zuleika drifting into the backcourt to make that grab. Zuleika with a rebote. High bounce grab made there by Oyenard. He'll power the right side. It's well placed on that right side, point to 4. Benetrix and Daniel wear the black shirts in post 5 as they take the court. Ponte Corrido catch by Aaron, and a perfect cortada, way to the 4. Iturbide and Philo in the goal to post 6 to receive the serve. Difficult hip pocket catch by Aaron. Taken off the wall beautifully by Bilo. And Oyenard all the way from the back part of the wall. Good catch there. Going for the high bounce on the picada, and it's going to be a point to the 4. Vicente and Laborde wear the brown, post 7. Ramate off the stolen serve, point to the 7. Again, the purple post 8 to complete round 1 at Echeverry and Arta. Echeverry. Ooh, that's a great catch there by Laborde. Echeverry right there. Ramate out of bounds. Point to 7. Back on the Contra in post number 1, Arrutia and Portet. Ponte Corrido grab, Portet goes over the top, and right there, Vicente. Absolutely no place to hide. Portet is right there, and that extra effort earns a point to the 1. Arietta, Urbieta, post 3. Double point, post 3. Suleika and Mendiola in post number 2. Chopped down beautifully there by Urbieta. Terrific catch there by Mendiola. Stabbed there by Mendiola. He goes over the top of the right side. A flying Suleika making the grab. And a 2-wall rebote winner by Arrieta, point to the 3. Serving post 5, Benetrix and Donnell. Point to the 3. Possible game point for Arrieta and Urbieta in post number 3. Here's Iturbide and Milo, post 6. Way to the 6. Aaron and Oyenard, post 4. It's an underserve, point of the 4. Aaron and Oyenard with a possible game point at post number 4. Here's the 8, Echeverry and Arta. A terrific shot there by Echeverry, and a 7 scores the point. Make that point to the 8. Here's the 7, Vicente and Laborde. Huge left side. Echeverry backs up to the 4 line to fire off the rebote, and it's a good one. Echeverry, remate, caught on the wood beautifully by Vicente. Echeverry not flinching. And that'll be a point to the 8. Back in post 1, Urrutia and Portet. That's a huge bounce and another point for the 8. Suleika and Mendiola post 2, facing post 8 with the 8 serving, and they have a possible game point. That's inbounds. Point a game. Post 8. 3 second, 4 third. The winners of game number 3, Echeverry and Arta. Adieta and Urbieta a second in post 3. And post 4 captured the show. That's Aaron and Oyonard. The results are official. An 8-3 exacta, $220. A 3-8 Quinella, $40.80. An 8-3-4 $2 trifecta, $721. Well, our first of 3, that's right, 3 superfectas, because we've added a superfecta with game number 9, is starting in game number 4. Win, play, show, Quinella, exacta, trifecta, and the superfecta available. Fourth place counts in the superfecta, and the game is played to spectacular 9 scoring. Same rules, about double points at the end of the round, but the new winning target is 9. No changes in game number 4, and post time in about 7 minutes, so take advantage of it now. Get in line early and do not get shut out. One thing to note, it is the weekend. That means Champions Corner is alive and well over by the back wall with drinks and snacks and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of souvenirs from that incredible Battle of the Beach from April of this year. All of that in Champions Corner by the back wall. So we're getting ready to start Game 4, a very, very entertaining third game. And Etcheberry, who we had talked about earlier, you think may be one of the guys to break out, did in fact have some incredible plays in that third game, Benny. But we were going to talk a little bit about this series that you've got coming up, and I'm going to update the standings because what was on the screen earlier was a little bit old. Where did you come up with the idea? I never did ask you that. The idea to create this event on top of the Quinella games.
Well, it's got a couple of different aspects to it.
How about the answer that gets you the least amount of trouble?
Okay, no. You know, quite honestly, you know, you haven't seen this many foreign players on any roster in the United States in a very long time, and that's because for a very long time the visas had become an issue, starting in as early as 2016 when we were bringing in some new players. Visas were getting denied. Visas were not coming through quickly enough. So we had a immigration attorney that she did some research and said that a professional athlete can come to the United States and participate in a championship or a tournament by coming here legally with a traveler's visa, and could play without getting a salary, but can play for prize money. So we gave all these players an allowance for their flights, for their hotels or Airbnbs, wherever they're staying, and for some food. And they're basically playing for prize money. So it's all legal, it's all good, and these guys are going to be here for the 60 days. One of the criteria is that you're not here more than 90 days for a championship. So 60 days is good. And so that's why we were able to bring in this talent like this. And the format of the tournament is basically very similar, if not exactly like the fall challenge that we played a couple seasons ago. And that's how we kind of thought would be the best way. We might change some things next year. By the way, we have to apply for dates this month if we want to play next year. So we've been in meetings all week long talking about that, and I'll be glad to update everybody if and when we apply for dates.
Well, I tell you what, based on my past experience, this is a good time to do this because of the seasonal nature of our area. More people, I think, come down here in the wintertime, and in this area alone, Dania, Hollywood, and southern Fort Lauderdale, it seems like it's a really, we have a lot of French-Canadian people who come down, who go to Hollywood Beach traditionally, and that's still going on. The gentleman I spoke to the other night was French-Canadian from Montreal. I think this is always a great time to do it. Now, I don't know how practical that is from a business perspective for you all, but I'm just the announcer. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, well, it is the best time to play, and unfortunately in 2016 there was a decision made to close the second half of December, and we kind of felt we always felt that might have been a mistake, but never changed it because everybody was used to it. So we played the first 2 weeks of December, and then we returned in January. But this time we thought, well, let's test it out. Let's see if in theory it's the most attended time of the year is the 2 or 3 weeks from Christmas and New Year's. So we'll see. We'll see if the people come out this year, and if they do, then that would be definitely a factor in deciding when we play next year.
Well, here's you YouTubers are going to get an exclusive here before I announce this to the crowd. I've got updated standings for the January partidos. So going to the front court, Vicente now has 129 points. That's 8 better than Zuleika. Leduc at 96, Uruchi at 87. But Arrieta just moved ahead of him with a couple of places tonight. To your point earlier about just being consistent, Arrieta 88, so he's now in 4th. So Uruchi drops to 5. Iturbide at 79 is 6th. Aaron picked up a point to go to 75. But now in 8th place, Etcheberry, 65. He's had a good night tonight. He's won a couple of games.
Yep.
So he's ahead of Benetrix at 61, Lelou and Uresti at 60, and Goenaga, who we'll see later tonight, at 53. In the backcourt, we haven't seen Mancy yet. He will be not out in this game. He comes out in Game 5, 112. Tyne at 97. Portet has picked up 3, so he's at 95. Now moving into 4th, Urbieta has picked up 8 points tonight. He's got 90. Bilo at 85, 78 Oyonard, 70 Mandiola, but Danel is ahead of Laborde now at 68. And Arta, with 2 wins, picks up 10 points. Suddenly, he's entering the fray at 62. So I just love this stuff, the way this is changing after every game.
You know, and I post this up on the board every night. One of the first things I do, which I didn't do it for you today, and I apologize. I ran to my office now to get
Last call for your Game 4 selections.
We'll
talk about that later.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I had a different format going, but yeah. So I post it up there every night, and the guys look at it, and you see as soon as they walk in, the first thing they do is they run over to look at the updated stats because, again, there's going to be some players eliminated, and you know. In past seasons, I always thought, well, this guy won't be upset if he doesn't qualify. Or, you know, I mean, just not to be mean or anything, but just some guys are like, well, I got to play 2 or 3 partidos. It's a lot, it's a lot extra. So I don't know. I always had the feeling that maybe somebody would be not so upset if they didn't qualify. But these guys really want to qualify. I think they want to showcase their potential in partidos. Before we start this game, we have a couple people in line, so we'll hold it for 30 seconds so these guys can get their bets in.
Do you have any questions that you wanted to look at from anybody in there?
I was gonna address the question about how do we get the I think it was Shane asked a little while ago how we address the issue of retired players in the audience and not betting. Because it used to happen in the Citrus where it would be, maybe 30 or 40% of the people there were retired highlight players.
Oh, wow.
And it was a social event, and they weren't betting. But I can guarantee you one thing. It's the one time that the F&B price goes up. Everybody is drinking and eating and having a good time. And so I guess it's a fair trade-off, maybe not for the pools, but it's a fair trade-off that they are spending money. They're just not betting. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I know that I got a text message right after last game. My boss texts me and he says that he does miss the music. So maybe I'll take a game off and we'll play music. We'll play some music after the next game. So
if you want your
everybody's
blue paint,
happy.
you want your boss to be happy.
Exactly. We need everybody to be happy. So
that's Benny Bueno, Players Manager, and we're going to start Game 4 right now, and we'll get the boss back his music, and let's get to work on game number 4, a spectacular 9-scoring game. And the 4th game is coming up. Spectacular 9 scoring, our first superfecta of 3 tonight. We have added a superfecta for game 9, but let's get through game 4 first, shall we? Vicente and Urbieta in the red at post 1 to serve. Aaron on the board and the blue at post 2 on the receiving end. And the game is on. Good catch made by Laborde. Inside placement. Caught a little bit of the wall, goes toward to the middle. Aaron responds with a good reverse. Point of the one. In post three, the white shirts, Arrutia and Dania. That's a remate by Arrutia, point to three. Echeverry and Portet on the green to post four. Sideball grab, beautifully done by Portet. Tejada by Echeverry. That's going to be a point of the four. Arietta and Mandiola in the black shirts, post five. And that's kept alive. Great hustle there by Portet. Arietta is going to use a lot of the court with that right side. And Echeverry drives Uramote home for the winner, point of the four. Post six, Benetrix and Oyenard. That'll be point to the four. Teamed up near the brown shirts at post number 7, Iturbide and Arta. Underserve, point 7. Purple shirts in post 8. Here's Zuleika and Bilo. That's an overserve. Score that point for post 8. A reminder, the target is 9 points. Points are now double. 8 will serve to 2, Aaron and Laborde. Tricky catch pulled off there in the front court. Beautifully grabbed by Laborde. Suleika faked outside, went inside, and that's going to be 2 more points for post number 8. Back in post 1, Vicente and Urbieta. Terrific catch in the backcourt by Milo. Into the sidewall goes Suleika. Point of the 1. Iruccia and Danel in post 3. Iruccia chopping down that right side catch. And the Robote will make it. Carom by Iruccia, and he snaps home a winner, point to 3. Arrieta and Mandiola back in post 5. Out of play. Point to the 5. 5 serves the 6. Benetrix and Oyenard. That is touched to the backcourt, point to the 5. This is post 4, Echeverry and Portet. Beautiful catch in the backcourt by Mandiola. And he does it one more time. Comes up with a strong right side, but Echeverry is perfectly positioned. Echeverry goes for the kill shot and gets it. Point to 4. Echeverry and Portet serving now to post 7, Iturbide and Arta. Remember, the target here is 9 points. Beautifully done there by Arta. Point to the 4. With 7 points, post 4 has a possible game point. There's sort of the 2, Aaron and Laborde. 4, possible game point. That's an overserve. Double point for post 2. Here's Suleika and Bilo, post 8 with 3 points. High bounce right side by Aaron, and 2 more for post 2. That'll bring back post 1, Vicente and Urbieta. Is that going to make it? Oh, yeah, it does. Vicente fires the cortada, and that will get to where Laborde is. Point of the one. One serving the three, Urrutia and Dania. Point of the one. Seven points, possible game point for post one. Here is the 6, Benetrix and Oyonnax. Nicely done there by Benetrix. And a terrific catch by Vicente. Benetrix guns the right side and well protected. Urbieta playing in the backcourt. Benetrix moves right up, gets under this right side, and Urbieta drifting back to make the catch. And that'll be point of game to post one. Finishing second, post number 4. And this point will decide third and fourth place. 5 serves 2. Two will get that point, and the show, fourth place goes to post number 5. Game 4 is official. Post 1, the winners, Vicente and Urbieta. Echeverry and Portet, second, post 4. Aaron and Laborde, third, post number 2. Adieta and Mandiola, they take the fourth position in post 5. Now the 10-cent version of the superfecta returns $881.40, so multiply that by 10 and you'll find out the $1 price is $884.10. A 1-4 exacta, $70.60. 1-4 Quinella, $34.80. 1-4-2 trifecta for $2, $161. We go back to singles with game number 5. Spectacular 7 scoring. Post time in about 7 minutes, so do not get shut out. No changes for game number 5.
All right, so we lied. We are guilty of not being honest with our YouTube audience. Benny, you're back.
I'm back.
But we have a lot of intelligent questions we wanted to get to. I know you wanted to get to those. And while I input some results, why don't you go ahead and take those questions?
Perfect. Sounds good. Yeah, Mike Perry, big Alai advocate, he's been texting me all week with a whole bunch of suggestions. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. He wants me to let everybody know where they could bet online, and most people know that Watch and Wager is an internet-based online betting service that takes our signals and takes our wagers. So anybody out there that is sitting watching YouTube in a state that allows betting on Alai can go ahead and go to watchandwager.com. In Connecticut, a couple of outlets there. My winners, I'm not. Again, I know who they are but I just deal with one person, Lou Severino, which runs all of the Connecticut outlets. So, but I do know that there is a lot of outlets that take our signal in Connecticut, OTBs. So yeah, and every dollar helps, and we appreciate all the wagers that are being taken out there through the internet and through our simulcast partners. Shane Davis asks a very, very good question, and it's something that I'm in the process right now of trying to figure out. The gist of his question is, how deep is the pipeline of players, and if the budget increases, are there enough players? He put 45 players. I think that the days of these large 45, 50-man rosters is gone. Right now we have 22 players, and as mentioned before, 5 or 6 of them are local. They may or may not, but they may be moving on from their Dania careers shortly. So if we have 22 players coming back, let's say next December, or 26 players if it does increase, they most likely will be from Spain and France. What I mentioned a little while ago about the visas and players being able to come in 90 days for a tournament, that doesn't apply for the Philippines or for Mexico. And there are some good young players in Mexico. Our good friend Lauren Harris was laying down the groundwork over there in Mexico with some young players. But unfortunately, they don't fall under the criteria that the immigration here in the United States allows for professional athletes to come play these tournaments. So it would only be from Spain and France. And, it's a good question. How deep is the pipeline? It's like, again, when we were talking about it last week, I was saying that these players here are all equal as far as talent is concerned. They're all good players. They're all at a professional level and equally matched. Now, do we want to go out and bring in 4 or 5 or maybe 6 of the big fish, that would make us a little top heavy, but would definitely bring in some top tier talent? That's a possibility. And then there are several players that may be a little bit young still to come here.
3 minutes till game number 5.
I know that Diego in Guernica has a lot of players in his school that are I would say just about qualified to come in and compete at this level with these players. But again, they're young, and me as a parent and a grandfather, I sometimes worry about having young teenagers coming to our country or leaving their country at that young age. So it's not always a factor. Atine is 18 years old, so he is definitely.
He didn't play like it.
No, he's very mature for his age, and he's very mature on and off the court. So the question remains. I'm going to do some more scouting and maybe recruiting in the summer, and hopefully I can get out to the Basque Country and Spain and France and check out some of these players.
Well, the talent, as we mentioned earlier when we talked, I think is so even. That's what makes it cool. You've come here. If you decide I want to come here and bet. Now, when I used to go to Highlight to bet, I always picked players. I know it's a game of numbers. I'm fully aware of that, but I'm very stubborn, and I like to think I know a little about the game. So I would have certain guys I always liked, and numbers be damned. But here, I think it would be a real challenge because of the evenness. You've got some veterans like Arieta. We've talked about Zuleika and his inside knowledge of this building. And then you've got, I didn't realize Atine was that young. So you've got this real interesting eclectic mix of just 22 you have here. And I would think the challenge for the bettors, either at home or here in the building, is trying to figure it out. Because You know, you've got old favorites. Arta's been here before, and a few others. LaDouche is back, and et cetera. But yeah, this makes it a real challenge when you're not top heavy, and you don't have somebody like when Joey was around. That's again a name from my era, or Eric previously, who's not here for this season. You know, the public gravitated to them with their money automatically. Oh, I know Eric's good, and he is. So I like the balance part of it from not a competitive point of view as well as a betting point of view.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about this a little
Last
bit.
call for betting on Game 5.
You and I between games, how now we're starting to see guys that didn't start off so hot. Echeverry, you know, even Vicente. We're now also a couple of the you know, guys that are not in the qualifying 8 at this moment. You know, Lalu, Aresti. These guys are starting to make a push. I'm going to answer one real quick question here. That it's a very good question. I mentioned it a little bit last Sunday. Rick asks how I decide who plays early and late. And so basically what I'm doing is focusing on trying to give an equal amount of games played and not so much who's better or who's playing early or who's late. We try to at the end of the week have a fairly equal amount of games played.
Yeah, the days of this guy's an early gamer, this guy's mid, and this guy is late, that has gone away. As you mentioned, you just don't have the people available.
Yeah, with 22 players, that's tough to do. So, you know, you're going to get a mixture of early, late, and middle all in the same games.
All right, I got to get back to work. Benny will be back. This is Game 5 singles, spectacular 7 scoring. Win, play, show, Quinella exacta trifecta betting available just for a few more seconds. Uresti will serve in the red at post 1, and Atine in the blue at post number 2 receive. And the game is on. Shula for time. 2. Here's Aaron on the white at post 3. That falls short, point to the 2. In the green, here's Lalu in post number 4. Point to 2. Now the black shirt, Mancy, post 5. Terrific catch there by Atine. And the rebote too low, point to the 2. Goanaga in the goal to post 6. As you can hear, that's just a little bit high, and a point goes to post number 6. Here's LaDouche in the brown to post 7. Point to the 6. Aruccia in the purple to post 8. That checks up, and it'll be a point for Aruccia in post 8. We start the second round with the points are double with 8 serving the 1, Uresti. Takes the big bounce and a point to the 8. Here's Aaron back in post 3. Tremendous hustle by Aruccia. Aaron calmly backed up, digging for that corner with the right side, and he gets it. Chick-chack, point 3. Here's Lalou in post 4. Point to the 3. Now post 5, Mancy. Point to the 5. Now Mancy in post 5 serving to a tie in the second and post number 2. Strong right side by Atine, and a beautiful save by Mancy. But point goes to the 2. And Atine the second has a possible game point in post 2, serving post 7, LaDouche. And that return came out low and hard, point to 7. Goenaga, post 6. Double point for post number 6 on a strong right side by Goenaga. He'll serve to Aresti in post 1. That's an overserve, point of the 1. Now Arucha back in post 8. Strong right side to Devote. Comes out though, able to be played by Arucha. Aresti beautifully put away with a kill shot, point to the 1. Now Lalou back in post 4. Point of 4. Every player now on the board with at least 2 points. It'll be Lalou serving to Aaron in post 3. That checks up perfectly for Aaron, point to the 3. Now, possible game point for Aaron in post 3, trying to stop him, Mancy in post number 5. 3 with a possible game point. That'll be point of game, post 3. Atine the second, finish the second in post number 2. And for the show position, 6 will serve 1. The Robote Karam is a point for Goenaga in post number 6. He finishes 3rd. Results for number 5 are official. The winner, Aaron, post 3, Atine. Second, post 2, Gowanaga. Third, post 6, 3-2 Exacta, 58.60. 2-3 Quinella, 39.40. And 3-2-6 Trifecta for $2, 238.40. The first pick 3 is 813, $605. We say the first pick 3 because the second one's about to start. Spectacular 7 doubles match coming up. Win, place, show, Quinella, Exacta, and Trifecta betting available. And our second pick 3 of the night. No changes in game number 6. We've talked a little bit about what's going to be happening here at the casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Alai with our Dania Beach Alai Invitational next month, where the top 8 front quarters and back quarters from the month of December, we're earning points for every win, which is 5 points, a place, which is 3, and show, which is 1. And the top 8 will move into 15-point partidos beginning on January 5th. There'll be elimination, winner go home partidos, and we will crown a champion for the Invitational at the end of the month. The very latest standings, updated through this last game, and we'll read the front court first. Vicente with a couple of wins tonight is 134. Suleika at 121. Leduc at 96. Urrutia has dropped down to the number 5 position with a good night from Arietta. A couple of places puts him at 88. Urrutia at 87. Aaron with that win is now at 82 in 6th. Iturbide at 79 and moving into the number 8 position with a good evening so far. Etcheberry at 68. Benetrix at 61. Lou and Uresti at 60. And Gowanaga picked up a point there to go to 54. In the backcourt, it's Mancy with 112. Atine the second, 100. Then Portet at 98. Urbieta moving into 4th with 95. Then Bilo, 5th at 85. Oyonard at 79. Mandiola at 70. And then check this out. Laborde and Donnell tied for the 8th position at 68. And Arto picked up a couple of wins tonight. Just 6 back of them at 62. So as expected, things are tightening up. And we will continue this all through the month of December. And then we'll start to play these extra games, these partidos, to 15 points in January. Got about 4 minutes now until game number 6. Don't get shut out. All right, sorry about the delay there, folks. I wanted to get the standings out to the general public, to the audience here. And I'm just loving this movement that's, Etcheberry's in the top 8 now, and, Atine's closing in a little bit on Mancy, or Atine the second. Let's clear that up a little bit. The Atine the second. It's Atine the second. Yes. The jersey is accurate. We had an issue here trying to input the double I's, basically, the Roman numeral 2, on our boards, and it came out a little funky, so we removed it from the program and from the scoreboard. But yes, it is Atine the second. His dad, I guess, is a regular viewer and listener of all of this, so we're not dishonoring his father in any way. But we just want to let you folks who are on YouTube know, and I have called him Atine a couple times myself, so it is Atine the second, so I'll be more consistent with that.
And actually, his father was the very first person to text me and say, hey, my son's name on the board is coming up, Atine LL.
Yeah.
And obviously we put it in the program. We had his shirts printed with Atine the second. And then when we got here the first night that the tote board went up, we were like, why does it say LL? And actually I found out like a couple hours before the performance started when we were running some tests, and they tried to change it, and they changed it to capital I, and
right.
the two I's were just very close together, and it just looked like a block. It didn't look right. Then we spaced it. We put capital I space capital I, and that didn't look right. So we just said, when the next program I make and I upload, I will take off the LLII, and we'll just leave it as Atine. But yes, it is Atine the second.
All right, so Dad, don't worry about it. And I'm a sports parent myself, so I understand. My name is properly spelled Lamont, capital M, and I can. If I had, the expression, if I had $1 for every time it was done wrong, I would have like 3 vacation homes in various parts of the world. So I get it, Dad. So don't worry about it. We're going to do the best. We're going to take care of your son, I promise.
You know, it's funny because when I first started as a player manager, the jerseys didn't have names on it.
Right.
And it was, it's not that expensive. It's $5 or $6 per shirt, and we have at that time we had over 400 shirts. So they said, it's an expense we don't want to pay, and we. We change players and numbers, and next year somebody will be wearing this jersey, and we'll have to get him new jerseys because he's wearing the same number. And you know how I got them to put the names on it? I asked the director of operations at that time, I said, how would you feel if your son was a professional athlete and he came out wearing your last name on his shirt? And he looked at me and goes, I would be very proud. And I said, then let's put the names on the jerseys.
I never thought of that before.
And that's how we did it.
That's smart. That's very, very smart. Well, I can tell you again, I've had that feeling. Got about a minute till game number 6. So I can definitely relate to that when my boys are playing ball. You do want to see that. It is kind of cool to see what is erupted.
A lot of people ask me why my son plays with his last name, Bueno, instead of Benny II. And that was his decision. And I actually, short story, in 1998 when Arasate became our player manager, I went into his office and I asked him, I said, hey, can I next season change my name from Benny to Bueno? And he said, no, you can't. And I didn't understand why. And he, we had a very rough crowd in Miami, so he thought that would give them the opportunity for saying, hey, Bueno, you're malo, or something like that, and just give them some ammunition against me. So
see, I would have gone with that's your identity. Like by 98, you've been around already. I mean, everybody knew who you were. Yes. I wouldn't have changed. I would have said probably no to you too, be honest with you.
That's true too. And in hindsight, I'm glad I didn't change it.
By the way, I got to tell you something else. Somebody mentioned this. The jerseys, now I've had a little trouble with colors from up here, but I got to tell you, the jerseys came out great. The 5 is my favorite. That little fire-looking stuff in there,
yeah,
that's solid.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because last week Dave and I were going to get to how these jerseys and the design came. Let's do that after Game 7 because
okay, yeah, we're gonna give Mr. Boss his music.
Yes.
In between games.
Yes. Game 7, I'm going to sit in the cage so Romo could go have a little snack break, and then I'll be back up. If not after Game 7, after Game 8, because it usually takes me about 20 minutes to walk through the auditorium because everybody wants to say hello, and that's okay. Before we do go, I want to say hi to Tina. She is new with us today, a new viewer. We used to work at Tampa Alai, so cool. Welcome. I love Tampa Alai. I love that court. I love the town. And question in the chat, Argentina or France? And all I'm going to say about that, we can pick that up later, is I am extremely happy that game is not during a performance. That's all I'll say.
Here's my answer. Salute the players of game number 6. Spectacular 7 scoring. Points doubling at the end of the first round. Arieta and Mandiola in the red of post 1. LaDuce and Urbieta in the blue of post 2. They'll receive. And the game is on. And a winning cortada from Arieta. That'll be a point of the 1. Here come the white shirts, the post 3 team of Aresti and Laborde. Scored that one for post number 3. The green team, post 4, Benetrix and Dania. The Robote for 2 walls earns a point for post number 3. It's Lalu and Arta, the black shirts in post 5. Lalu Costado. Oh, a leaping grab there by Laborde. And Lalu is right there at midcourt. Point to 5. Vicente and Mansi wear the gold in post 6. And a Dejada off the stolen serve there by Vicente, point to 6. Brown shirts in post number 7, Suleika and Bailo. And that ball was juggled. Player unable to keep control of it before the throw, so the point will go to post number 7. Now in the purple of post number 8, here's Goenaga and a tie in the second to complete the round. Stabbed out of the air by Atine, and Bailo with a terrific catch there. That's a good left side by Suleika. Point to 7. 7 will turn the corner and begin the double points round by serving to the 2 team of Ladouche and Urbieta. That's a little bit low. Point to 2. Post 1, Arietta Mendiola. Point to the 1. Now post 4, Benatrix and Dania. Point to the 1. Arietta and Mendiola have 5 points and possible game point in this 6th game. Here's post 3, Uresti and Laborde. Point to 3. 3 will serve the 5, Lalu and Arta. Terrific catch there by Uresti. Look out. Point to 3. Now possible game point for post 3. Here is the 6, Pixente and Mansi. That is touched, and point goes to post 6. The 18, Goanaga, and a tie in the 2nd. Under serve, that's a couple points for the 8. Here's the 7, Suleika and Bilo. It's out of play. Score that for the 8. Now here's post 2, Laduce and Urbieta. Terrific catch there. That's one bounce and a winner for the 8. Possible game point now. Post 8, Goanaga, and a tie in the second. They'll serve the 4. Benetrix and Donnell, 8 with a possible game point. That's a hot smash and a double point a game. Post number 8, 3 second, 1 third. Game 6 official. The winners in post number 8 were Goanaga and Atine. Coming in second, post 3, Uresti and Laborde. And the show to the 1, Adieta and Mandiola. 8-3 Exacta, $120. 3-8 Quinella, $78. And that trifecta for $2. 8-3-1, $1,580.60. We mentioned superfectas. We've got 2 left. Game 9 is also a superfecta game now. And of course, so is game 7. No changes in the lineup for game number 7. Spectacular 9 scoring, all points doubling at the end of the round. And the last call for your selections on this game. Last call. Saluting the players of tonight's 7th game, a spectacular 9 doubles match. All points will double at the end of the round. It'll be Aaron and Danelle on the red of post 1, serving to Lulu and Bilo in the blue of post number 2. The game is on. Point of the 1. In the white shirts, here's post 3, Adietta and Mancy. Adietta, the tough catch, goes in the inside placement, but it was caught and returned with a strong reverse from Aaron. Aaron there again. He'll go inside, but that was read well by Mancy. Scoop up by Danelle. Point of the 1. Here's Goenaga and a Tyne. They're teamed up in the green shirts. Post 4. Firing from the wood. It's a strong right side there from a Tyne the second. Kept in play. Goenaga goes inside, but he got a break. Point to 4. Here is Aresti and Oyenar. They're the black shirts in post 5. Off of that great catch, Goanaga. And that's going to be point four. I was going to say his right side is a winner, and it is. Here's the 6, Leduc and Portet. Costado, that's a tough one. Point to the 6. Now the brown shirts post 7, Sulaika and Mandiola. Sulaika with the inside and a double bounce winner. Point to the 8. Excuse me, point to the 7. Now, here's post 8 of the purple shirts. Vicente and Urbieta. And another point for post 7. Points are doubled for the rest of this game, playing to 9 points. And in post 2, it's Lalu and Bilo. Double point, post 2. Post 3, Arietta and Mency. Fine catch there. Lalu's left side, grabbed to the backcourt by Mancy. Another fine catch in the corner by Mancy. Huge bounce, point to 3. 3 will serve the 1 team of Aaron and Donnell. Point 3. Back in post 5, Uresti and Oyenard. Uresti made a good catch, goes inside with a shot, but it is played well by Mancy. A strong left side will come out. Arietta intercepts, pumps a tough left side. Catch is made by Oyenard. Arietta with a fine grab there. And Oyenard almost hitting the back wall. Beautifully done by Mancy there. One more time, Oyenard playing fearlessly. Arietta goes inside after the outside fake, and that's a winner. Good touch by the front quarter, point to 3. In post 4, the return of Goanaga and a tying the second. That's going to fall short, and 4 gets the double point. 4 stays out and will serve now to post number 6, LaDouche and Portet. That is just steam heat right there from LaDouche, point to the 6. Big Sente and Urbieta, post 8. And the point goes up for post 8. Here's an 8 versus 7 battle again with Sulaika and Mandiola receiving this time. Sulaika's Ramate caught on the wood. Ibixente, he fires back. Sulaika never had to move. Difficult catch made by Urbieta. And scored that one for the 7. Now post 2, Lalu and Bilo. Terrific catch. Mendiola worked that sidewall well. And again. And the same catch. Beautifully played there by Bilo. That one outside on the wood. And 2 is on the board. With 2 more, they'll serve to the 1 now, Aaron and Danielle. The ball touched in the backcourt. Point to the 2. Here comes post 5. It's Uresti and Oyenard. Oh, what a scoop by Bilo. That is too much left side. Point to the 2. And post 2 has earned a possible game point. That's Lulu and Bilo. They'll be serving to the 3 team of Arietta and Mansi to try to stop them. Finds the ball down the wall and a leaping grab by Mansi. Point of game, post 2. 3 is second, and we'll fill out the card for the show and 4th place point with post 4 serving to post 7. That is out. Point 4. 7 takes 4th. Winning tonight's 7th game, our second of 3 superfectas, was post 2, Lulu and Bilo, with Arietta and Mansi. Second in post 3, Goanaga and tying the second. Third in post 4, Suleika and Mandiola taking the 4 spot in post number 7. 2-3 exacta, 47.20, 22.60 for the 2-3 Quinella, $738 for the trifecta 2-3-4, and the superfecta for 10 cents is 208.02. So you're over $2,000 on the $1 superfecta ticket. $2,080 Our next match goes back to Spectacular 7 scoring. It is doubles. It's our last Spectacular 7 scoring game of the night, as Game 9 has been elevated to a Superfecta game. Make your selections now to begin also our last daily double of the performance. Game 8 starts our second daily double, and post time is in about 6 minutes. Quick reminder about tomorrow's doubleheader, 1 and 7 p.m., Sunday at 1. And check your program for all the details on our holiday schedule. We are going to be open Christmas Eve at 1 o'clock. We will be dark on Christmas Day. We will also be here New Year's Eve at 1 and New Year's Day at 1. All right, back after a chocolate and coffee break, because apparently Benny must be caffeinated at all times. He has returned.
I made this coffee at 6 o'clock, and it's still warm. So
really, that is an unbelievable thermos.
Yeah. And somebody in the on the third floor in the upper offices brought us down a nice big platter of chocolate cookies and candies, and really nice. So if you see the players jumping around, they're having a sugar rush right now.
Or they're hopefully not too weighed down, because that stuff will get to you after a while. But
no, it was good stuff. Good chocolate. Yeah. It's the good stuff.
Well, that's nice to know, because none of that made to the booth. But I'm not at all upset by that, not in the slightest. So we have just a couple of games left. Let's talk about a decision that you told me about last night. Game 9 is now a Superfecta game. I can't remember ever seeing Superfecta in a singles and a 9-point singles game. So more chances, of course, for the guys to pull off a victory. But what was the thought behind that?
Well, first off, actually, years ago, the Game 7 used to be a Superfecta game, and it was a singles game. A lot of backquarters played in that. But, we were, we're always kind of looking at different ways of, keeping the people engaged. And we were noticing in the first couple of weekends that, right around Game 8, people would start getting up and leaving. And we were trying to figure out, well, how can we get them to stay for Game 9? And we had two choices: make it a doubles game, or make it a Superfecta game. So it was a more natural choice to make it a Superfecta game. And little spoiler alert here, we're also talking about adding maybe a pick 4 either later on next maybe not next week, but later on this month or beginning of January. We just haven't decided or can't decide what games we want it to be, because with only 9 games and 2 daily doubles and 2 pick 3s and 3 Superfecta games and 3 singles games, it's like we're kind of saturated. So
well, you'd have to probably change a pick 3 to a pick 4, but we
want to do it in addition to. So
wow, I don't know how you can do that, seriously. I mean, I'm thinking about the math right now.
Yeah.
That would be a challenge.
Yeah. My vote right now is to do it I think it's game 4, 5, 6, and 7. That would give you 2 Superfecta games and a singles game within the pick 4. So I don't know. I'm not into the betting as much as others.
It leaves your daily doubles intact, 1, 2, and 8, 9, so you don't have to worry about that. So would you? I'm just wondering what happens to the pick 3 there. We're thinking this out loud, by the way. I literally had not heard this until just now.
Well, yeah, no, there's people in the building that are more involved in the betting aspect of it than me. And again, it's just right now, it's just one of the questions: do we want to do it? And if we do it, where do we do it?
Last call for your Game 8 selections. Well, always trying to make the product a little bit better, a little bit different. The tournament certainly reflects that. That'll be coming up in January, and I'm just happy that we're seeing the holiday season in this building again, as we did when my tenure here in the 80s, when it was exploded. Those couple of about 4 weeks there, and I'm sure you had the same thing at Miami, where it was insane amount of people.
Yeah, I remember we used to actually, opening day was either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and December 25th, and it was a crazy time, but the place used to get packed, and it always was packed back then. But yeah, it was kind of strange starting off on a Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
We were already flying along by then, but yeah, we would have back in the old days. We had the 3 levels, and certain times of the year, and you knew it was a huge night, a Friday or a Saturday night when they opened the 3rd floor.
Yes.
And that was like, oh my goodness, this is, Led Zeppelin's come to town or something like that back in those days.
We got a few people still in line here.
Okay,
so
thank you for
we'll hold
telling
it for
me
another
that.
30 seconds or so. But
any questions? Anything come up?
People want to talk about the online giveaway. On Sunday, there was a suggestion of doing an online giveaway. I am still trying to think of how that would work and what it would look like. I would say that maybe on a day that we get 125 likes in the chat room or on YouTube, maybe that'll be the day to do it.
What are you giving away? An afternoon with Big Dave?
That's a tall order. And the other thing people wanted to talk about were the jerseys and how they came about, and they think they're pretty cool, and they want to know if they could buy them. And all I could say is that if you know the right person. And maybe their email address, you could
really
email them, and maybe that person would be able to work something out for you.
Okay, well, I don't know who that is, so, but I'm in the – all right, are you ready? Are we good to go here?
Yeah, we got about 6 or 8 people in line.
Well, still.
They usually speed it up when they hear the march out, so let's give them another 10 seconds and let it rip.
I will slowly get my finger ever closer to the march button. By the way, as an old-fashioned highlight guy, thrilled that the marches have made their return. Part of that was actually a COVID issue, but not entirely. But I certainly made my voice known, and no one paid attention. But when Benny said, let's do marches, that's what counts around here. Players of game number 8 salute you. Spectacular 7 scoring. It's a doubles match. Beginning our second daily double. It'll begin with Lalou and Atine serving the red of post 1 with Benetrix and Oyonard in the blue of post 2 on the receiving end. And the game is on. A Cortada and a winner for the 1. LaDouche and Bilo with the white to post 3. Tough grab made around the shoe tops. In position was the tie in the second. That took 2 bounces. It was a great catch, but it was after the second bounce, point to the 1. Iturbide and Arta wear the green in post 4. Inside placement, and it was tipped. 4 scores. Now the black shirts, here's the post 5 team of Bixente and Portet. And 5 is on the board with a point. They'll serve to the gold shirts in post 6, Goenaga and Laborde. Overserve, point 6. Echeverry and Urbieta in the brown of post 7. Good positioning there by Echeverry. Drives a fine-looking right side. It will come out, and the rebote made by Goenaga. This time, Echeverry throws a Dejada, and he'll get a point for post 7. Now in the purple, Uresti and Mansi, post 8. That's a chick-jack for Uresti, point 8. Points are doubled now for the rest of this game. Spectacular 7 scoring in effect here. Back in post number 2, Benetrix and Oyenard. pulled off a remarkable catch to Oyenard, and the ball was tipped. That ball was tipped in the front court. Point of the 2. LaDouche and Bilo, post 3. Goes back inside, and Benatrix pick up 2 more for post 2. With 4 points, post 2 now serving the 1 team of Lalou and tying the second. Point of the 1. Now here's post 4 to receive serve, Iturbide and Arta. Point to the 4. Now on the court, post 5, Vicente and Portet. Sidearm ripping carom by Vicente. That'll be a point of the 5. Now the 6 team, Goanaga and Laborde. Down to the ground for the 2 over bote is Vicente. But Goanaga puts the point away for post number 6. And the 6 will serve now post 7, Echeverry and Urbieta. And Goanaga with a fine catch and a winning Cortada, point to the 6. Possible game point for post 6, Goanaga and Laborde. Here's the 8, Uresti and Mansi to try to stop them. Sidewall grab made by Mansi. Mansi, the chop down, strong right side. Hard catch pulled off there by Uresti. In position on the high bounce is Goanaga. Karen from the backcourt. Goanaga from the wood. Returns to Cortada. Well placed. Point of game. Post 6. For the place and show positions, 2 will serve the 1. Great catch on the Bote Corrido there by a time the second. Just before the second bounce, Benetrix rips a reverse, and a time the second makes a great catch. And Oyenard one more time in the shadow of the back wall. Terrific catch there by Lalou. Bote pronto for Lalou, trying to place the right side in the perfect spot, but Oyenard was right there. A little paint on his jersey after that one. Scoop by a tie in the second. And a smooth catch there by Oyenard in position. Now Lalou will go over the top. Didn't fool Benetrix. Cortada, point to 2. They take second, and the 1 shows. And the winners of Game 8 were Goanaga and Laborde, coming in second, Benetrix and Oyenard. In post 2 and post 1 was third, Lalou, and a tie in the second. And it is official. The 6-2 Exacto, 122.60. The 2-6 Quinella, 147.40. A 6-2-1 trifecta for $2, $989.20. 8-2-6. The pick 3, $1,849.40. Well, as promised, things have changed a bit around here. Game number 9 is now played to 9 points. Spectacular 9 scoring with the points doubling still at the end of the round, first round. So the Superfecta is back for the 3rd time tonight in this 9th game. Place your selections now. You got about 6 minutes to post on Game 9 singles. Well, that's our final game coming up here, Benny. So I'm Dave Lamont, by the way. Benny Bueno, player manager, is here. and we've been chatting all night. And we'll do this periodically during the week whenever we feel like the time is right, and tonight's certainly been the right time for that. A good night for Goanaga, by the way. He's gone from 55 to 65 points, so he thrusts himself into the contention, and Laborde needed those points too. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow or another day, but another day, I guess, with you and I. But certainly keep up with these results. We talked at the end, one of the last comments I made before you went down to eat chocolate and drink cold coffee was about how I really like the jerseys this year, and you told me an interesting thing off the air that is probably worth sharing.
Yeah, so, again, I had several months to accomplish a couple of tasks, and one of them was to redesign the jerseys. I guess the theme in the boardroom was, how can we make this all different? And, we wanted to, some other players, some other uniforms, and so on. So I went to our graphic designer, and we pulled out some shirts that we had designed about 3 seasons ago, probably in 2019 or 2020. And I told him what I wanted. He drew them up for me, and they were very plain. They were actually, believe it or not, a throwback to the 1970 Miami Alai jerseys that I loved so much when I was a kid. And they were just one color and a one-color number. So, for example, Post 5 was all black with a gold number. Nothing on the sleeves, nothing on the shoulders, just one color. Post 6 was all gold with black numbers, and so on. So I really liked the design. I really liked the shirt. We put the logo, the Dania Beach Casino, the Dania Beach Highlight logo on the left chest. And so we pulled those out, and I thought this would be perfect. It's a throwback, so let's bring these out. But when I took them up to the boardroom, they said, no, you got to be a little more creative than this. These are too plain. We want something a little bit more jazzy. So what I did was I went to – everybody loves soccer these days, and I guess they also like soccer uniforms. So I went to a – what are you going to say?
They're called kits.
Oh, is that what they are?
They are called kits. And that's one of the things I don't understand. Why it's a pitch and not a field, and why it's a kit and not a jersey, but it is a kit.
Okay. Well, I went to a website that sells kits, and it's exclusively a soccer jersey uniform website.
Okay.
And I picked the 8 colors, red, blue, white, and so on. And, I got 2 or 3 of each, and I sent them down the line to the other people in the room, and that's how we actually came up with our 8 jerseys. These are soccer jerseys, actually not bought from that website. We took the design and we gave it to our designer, and he drew them up, and we took it to our manufacturer that does the jerseys for us, and voila, here they are.
Well, they look good. I've been very, very pleased with them, and the only one I struggled with at first was the Post 3. With that kind of almost tie-dyed design.
Yes.
But I've gotten used to it to the point where I have no trouble liking it there whatsoever. So
actually, oddly enough, at first when I picked the kits, I picked them all the same, and they were all like, the same, just a different color. And they sent me back to the drawing board, and they said, no, we want each shirt to be different than the other.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you put those 5s on sale, you could fund a nice trip.
We've always wanted to sell our jerseys, and we've always wanted to, even in seasons past, the challenge or the problem with that is that somebody buys one, they pay for it, then I have to order it. We could custom order it with your name and your favorite number on it. It takes 3 to 4 weeks to get.
Yeah.
And how to, it's just logistically, it's a little bit of a nightmare. I'm not saying it can't be done.
I don't think we
certainly
ever
could
did
be done.
that in the old days. I remember I still might have 1 or 2 of the old 80s Dania jerseys, but I don't remember if we used to give them away maybe as part of a contest, like here's a Waristi jersey for ticket number. I don't remember that, but no, it's difficult because these are unique shirts. It's not like there's a mass order of these available. So I understand why they're not easily available to the general public.
Right.
Somebody actually asked me a question. I couldn't believe that. Evan wanted to know if I was going to do any bowling this year or am I full-time at Alai. I know nothing about bowling for 2023, and I'm not hiding anything. That is the stone-cold truth. As far as Alai, yeah, I'm here for as often as I can be. I have some family travel in January. I've got 2 sons involved in college basketball. One is a player, one is a graduate assistant coach. So my wife and I have some plans to visit them in January. And that's why we're very fortunate to have experience in Peter Kimian and Big Dave. Everybody loves Big Dave, of course, as you should. And so if you don't hear me, you'll hear a voice that you should know if you're a fan of Highlight. And Dave and I go back. Benny, I know you guys have been friends forever. Yes. Dave and I go back to college. That is a few years ago at the University of Miami. So anytime Big Dave's here, it's good for the sport. A guy who became a historian of the sport. Of all his years involved in both Miami and Dania. So
yeah, I gotta admit it was a lot of fun doing the show with them on Sunday because in 2000, 2001, we did over 100 shows on Sunday afternoons. We would go into the Crystal Card Room at Miami Highlight, and we would do an hour plus sometimes show on a cable access network or channel, and it was a lot of fun. And you know, I love Dave because he comes, I don't want to say unprepared, but he comes in unprepared. And
unprepared would be the word.
That's the word.
I'll
And
go
he
with
doesn't,
that.
we never have like a plan or a script, or we just go ahead and talk. And you know, at that time there was some tournaments, there was still the Citrus, there was the Milford tournaments, and there was always something to talk about. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. And so it was fun to do it with him, and I'm having a great time here tonight with you. I want to end because I'm going to go downstairs now and be with the players. We got a couple people in line, so we'll hold
All right,
another
we'll hold for
15, 20 seconds.
That'll be fine.
Give them a chance. I just want to say thanks to Mike and Genesis down in the TV room.
Oh yeah, they're doing a great job.
Thank you to you. Thank you to my referees, Romo for helping me out. Of course, all the players. And last but certainly not least, all the fans out there watching us and supporting us throughout this 2-month season. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, this has been fun. We'll definitely do this again. I don't exactly know when, but that's Benny's decision because we're unprepared.
I would like to say
Go ahead.
Fridays and Sundays.
Okay.
Friday nights and Sundays matinees would be a good time for me.
There you have it.
Enjoy the show, guys.
We have one game left, and it starts with a salute. Spectacular 9 singles with Suleika in the red at post 1, serving to Mancy in the blue at post number 2. First and 9 points. Claim this game.
One more thing before the game starts. I want to say hello to Lance. Welcome. It's great to have you in the chat room, my friend.
The game is on. Big bounce, point of the 1. Kawanaga in the white shirt at post 3. And that's a point for the 1. Suleika will serve now to Adieta in the green at post 4. Good catch. Great carom. Adieta scores for the 4. Here's Ladouche, black shirt at post 5. And 5 will get the point on the over serve. Here is a tying the second and the goal to post number 6. Good catch there by a tying the second. Well, a tie taking full advantage of the opening there with a good catch and a 2-all winner. Here's Daniel in the brown shirt, post 7. Point 6. Completing the single point round, it's Lalou in a purple at post 8. Scored that one for the 6. The time the second will turn the corner, and he's going to serve to post number 2, Mancy, as the points are doubled. And a reminder, this is a 9-point game. And good positioning there by tying the second. Left side coming out for the Mancy Robote. Tied, takes it. Can't get it over his head though. Mancy drives a deep right side, and that Robote is out of play. Point to 2. Back in post 3, here's Goenaga. Right side by Mancy. Will that check up? That's a dugout by Goenaga and a big bounce. Great shot from the backcourt by Goenaga. Point to the 3. Here's Suleika back in post 1. It's an overserve. Point 1. Arietta, post 4. Suleika taking a little something off that Robote. Arietta in retreat makes the grab. And Suleika, good touch on that two-wall carom. Point of the one. Here's Leduc in post 5. Just a reminder, this is a spectacular 9-scoring singles match. Fine grab on that sailor from Leduc. That ball took off. Again, Suleika, a good touch on the rebote. He'll have to charge this one, though. And it's off the basket, point to 5. Now back in post number 7, it's Daniel. And the diving rebote by Leduc is good enough to get 2 more points for the 5. Here's post 8, Leloup. And that attempt at a costado was hooked. Out of play. Point to Leduc in post 5. And Leduc now has a possible game point at post number 5, serving to Atine, post 6. Possible game point for the 5. That was a strong left side by Atine the second. Point to 6. Atine the second will now serve to Mancy in post 2. And Mancy gets 2 points for post number 2. So Mancy now with 4, serving to Goanaga, who's in post 3. Two-wall rebote was open, and Mancy took advantage of that. Point to 2. Now here's Adieta back in post number 4. And 4 gets that one. Suleika returns with 6 points in post number 1. 4 will serve. There's a veteran rebote by Arrieta, point to the 4. Now Daniel, post 7, receiving the serve. Arrieta down on the ground to make the rebote. Daniel softens up that right side, and 7 gets a couple of points. Now here's Lalou back in post number 8. It's a nice catch there by Daniel. It's a big left side. Lalou getting under that rebote, but Daniel was in perfect position. And Lalou makes a fine sidewall catch. That's going to be trouble. Point to 7. Returning with 7 points and possible game point. Post 5, Ladouche. 5 for the possible game point. That's an overserve. Point and game. Post 5. Let's fill out the rest of the dance card with 2 serving 1 to start. And a great shot there by Suleika. So that was placed in show point. 1 finishes second, 2 finishes third. This will fill out the superfecta. 6 will serve to 4. And pointed 4th place to post number 6. So Ladouche is the winner of game number 9 at post 5. Suleika second, post 1. Mancy third, post 2. And a tying the second, 4th in post number 6. The 5-1 exacta, 6340, 1-5 Quinella, 1660, 5-1-2 trifecta, 187.80, and 532.80. The return on the superfecta for $1, and the 6-5 daily double, $82.40. That will conclude our performance tonight, but the good news is we're back tomorrow afternoon. It's a doubleheader Saturday here at the casino at Dania Beach and Dania Beach Alai. 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock performances on Saturday. Hope you had a great time. Want to remind you, it's Friday. Where are you going? The casino is wide open for a good time. The casino at Dania Beach. Get up and get a little maybe simulcast action. Take your chance at the machines, grab a bite to eat. There's still plenty of time to do that. The night is young. On behalf of all of us here at the Casino Dania Beach and Dania Beach Highlight, I'm Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State. We'll see you Saturday.